Let's have a look at the next one. Opus, we've done this SVT AV1. Okay, there's no dependencies need to be installed as we have them. So SVT in capitals. Internet connections needed for the tests, some of the tests of this package. And looks like we just build as it is there. Okay, that's done. Now it says the test suite is very long and doesn't provide meaningful results, so I suppose that means that it's a bit ambiguous as to whether it's passed or not. But I guess if it did fail, then it would be obvious then. Let's configure this and build the tests. Right, that's that bit done. So let's run this test vectors bit. So that's downloading some files by the looks of it. Okay, so that's finished downloading, and the last thing we need to do is actually run the test. It says it's got a default timeout set here, and to adjust it, but I don't know whether it needs to be extended or not, and I'll consider the performance of this Raspberry Pi 500 Plus to be fairly middle of the road in terms of it's not the latest fastest, but it's not the latest oldest slowest, if you like. So I'll leave the default and see how it copes. Okay, we've got 2 out of 3 tests failed there. Can look at the results here. Not sure if this CPU has got this neon or not. Could be things like that are causing the failures. I'm not sure though. I know they're certainly in the older Raspberry Pis. Failed. Okay, so that looks like an overflow problem there. And the same thing. That's interesting. I'm assuming that's to do with the architecture again. It's not. Maybe because it's big endian, and I think Intel is normally little endian. So it could be what that's about. So I'm not going to be too concerned about that. I'll install. And tidy up. So SVT AV1. SVT AV1. And I don't know if there's any dependencies on this one or not. No. Okay, so that's all complete then. X264 next. So there's 3 optional external packages, external to BLFS. Other than that, we've got NASM installed. Okay, so this is fairly straightforward. Disable CLI. Okay. And we did install NASM, so we can just copy what's on the screen. Now, I just noticed when that was going through that it was compiling with 03, but because I've specified 02, that's actually overridden that, and that might affect the performance of this. So I'm going to start again. And set the C flags and CXX flags to include 03. So C flags equals $C flags minus 03, and CXX flags equals $CXX flags minus 03. Oh yes, that's a good idea to extract it again, wouldn't it? 264. Right, that's better. The O2 is being overridden by the O3. So this should, in theory, take a little bit longer to compile. Let's see what the previous one... Oh, it keeps jumping back. Okay, I'll have to wait for it to finish. Oh, I didn't time it anyway. Okay, so sudo make install. There's no test suite, and that's done. X264 is done, and we can do was that one X265 next, and we've done NASM. So X265. In fact, regarding the O2, that might be masking other O3s. So I might actually remove that. Bash RC, was it? It must be set globally then. Was it N if I called it, I think? Yeah, I think what I might do is to... Right, okay. Oh, I've done the wrong... Copy these two lines and comment that out, but leave these two in and remove the O2. There's probably been other packages like that as well, which I've not noticed. Okay. I'll have to re-log in as well, so... Okay, now I can do this sed command. And it doesn't look like there's any extra options there, so we'll copy that. Okay, we've got some errors there while it was linking. Undefined reference. So I think I need to do some investigations on that to find out why that occurred. Right, well, yeah, I seem to have caused a problem by removing the optimization. I've just built it on another machine. I forgot that I had the optimization still active, O2 still active, and it built successfully. So I've just logged back to the, as you saw with the O2 still active. I'm going to rebuild this and see if it does indeed compile again. If it does, I'll just put the O2 back and just keep an eye out for anything that does override any O3s that are set. It might be a bit like glibc. It says it can't be built without optimization, so it could be that that's what's happening. And indeed, as you can see, it's successfully built that time. So I'm going to return that setting. It clearly was not a good idea, certainly for this package, and leave that O2 in there. So there's no test suite, so as the root user, I'll install that. And tidy up. So X265 installed, and shut that down. So that is all the main recommended packages. AlsaLib's been installed, as has SDL2 compat. So it's just libva. And although we haven't really got a proper desktop, at least we'll have we might have already have these dependencies. LSlib Yeah. So we've already got libdrm and Mesa. So I think we can build libva. Copy link location. So xorg prefix is there. Let's just double check that's still set. There's no reason why it shouldn't be. And yes, it is set, so we can build that. Sudo -e ninja install, and that's done. Okay. I'm wondering if it's worth just carrying on and doing the rest of these optionals, except for any others that, for example, like Doxygen, involve too many other dependencies, and perhaps SAMR as well. I'd leave for now and just reinstall ffmpeg at a later time. I don't think it takes too long to install. Not unreasonable amount of time. I'm going to reinstall it anyway, even if I stop here. So font config we've already done. Forbidden, I'm pretty sure that's been done. Let's have a look at that. See what that installs. User include. Oh, maybe it hasn't been installed. That's the trouble with some of these. You see them, you remember them, and you mark them to be installed, and then you think you've installed them because you see them quite a few times. I don't know if it's in here at all. No, so I wonder if it's in one of these other windows here. If it is, I'll need to remove it because there's no point in reinstalling it. Oh, it might be something we've already lost. It does get quite daunting sometimes, inundated with these names, and you forget what you have done. Let me look at my list. And of course it all relies on, yeah, apparently we have installed it. I thought so. Oh yeah, the program works. So usually, oh, did I spell it or something? Did I misspell it? Right, so let's shut that one down, and FreeOR is the next one. Needs, or recommended to have Gavel and OpenCV as well, by the looks of it. So without Doxygen, because you haven't got that, it's only for API anyway. Okay, so I think we just build this as it stands here. Right, okay, looks like we've got the config.guess problem again because of the way it's reported this up. So let's have a look at config.guess 2009. Let's have a look at the timestamp in the middle. Yeah, it's from 2009, so it's quite old. So once again, let's copy from sources config.guess to our build directory and restart the build. And that's better now, it recognizes it. Okay, that's done. There's no test to run, so we'll install that. And that's done. Gavel. And that leads us on to Freyr. We've also got OpenCV here. Libarchive. Yeah. Okay, that's definitely installed. Recommended FFmpeg. Which is not available at the moment, and GTK. So I think we'll have to come back to this one and reinstall Freyr after OpenCV has been fully built. So we need to specify that OpenCV is not available. At this time, but Gavel has been installed, so we can just use that and build it. Okay, that's built. I've just added that to the spreadsheet and there's no test suite. So we'll install that and that's done. So I've made a note to rebuild that. Next one we've got libcdio. Needs libcddb. So we'll build this. And once again, we've got a problem with the config.guess. Let's, out of interest, just see what date the current one is. Again, 2009, so I wonder if these are from the same stable, these two packages. So cp config.guess and rerun the configure. And yep, that's working again. And build it. Oh, that did include the build, right? So make check -k. It says one fails. One test, yeah, check cache. That is. Oh, it doesn't actually specify it there, but it looks like it's probably right. Yeah, 2 of 5 failed. So let's install. And that's done. libcddb. So that allows us to install libcdio. What's it called? libcdio-2. Didn't download the looks of it, so let's try that again. We've got the libcdio paranoia by the looks of it. Right, we'll get a better mirror this time. Right, so in case of a i686 system, fix a build issue caused by large file support. So I'm going to assume we won't get that problem. That's built, run tests. And it says one test named real path is known to fail, and it did fly past then. Well, this will saw something red according to that. That bit's a pass, that bit's a pass. And yeah, there it is there. Real path is indeed the one that failed. So sudo -c make install. So there's some static libtool archives there. Let's do the remove LA files. And that was make install. So now we build libcdio paranoia. And run make check. That all looks good. And then install again. And once again I saw some LA files there. Yep. So that's libcdio. Right, libdrm. Did I look at this one? Yeah, we've already got that one. Actually, I think that was part of Xorg, come to think of it. libjxl. So this has got a few dependencies. We've got these two. Giflibs required. So giflib 5.2.tar.gz. XMLTO required if you run make after make clean. So we've got these two patches to apply first of all. Next, remove an unnecessary dependency on image magic. Install giflib with make. Make check. No output is good news. I like the sound of that. So as the root, we do sudo e-esu. Install that. So that's giflib. Next we've got highway. Testing off, shared on. Okay, so we're not doing any testing because it needs a file that's outside of BLFS. Okay, that's done. We'll install that. And it's complete. Highway. Next we've got libjpeg turbo. I think we've got that one. Let's just see what libraries that installs. I'm pretty sure this is in. Oh, we've got some tools here. Yep, that's definitely installed. ASCII doc. Again, I think we've installed this one as a Python module. A2X. Yep, that's there. Docs and graphics we haven't got. GDK Pixpuff we've done. Java we've got. libavif. Let's have a look at that one. So it looks like we've got all the dependencies here. So what have we got here? Right, it's saying that the switch disables the building of AVIF loader and for applications which use GDK Pixbuff. The loader is used when GDK Pixbuff is built with its recommended dependency of glycine. So we've not been able to install that yet, unfortunately. So I wonder if it's worth looking at that. To get glycine installed. Yes, that's why it's deprecated. So you can build it against libavf, but the recommended way is to install glycine. So let's have a look at that and see if we can install this. I'm pretty sure it hasn't been installed yet. No, there's no download there. We've done bubble wrap though. Let's again double check. BWrap is the program. Yes, that's there. Font config, glib, little CMS, Rust C's installed. Again, we can check that. Cargo. Yep, that's there. Lib-hive or haif. Let's see what that's got. Not sure if we build this or not. No, we haven't. And this requires. It's got a few dependencies. So we haven't got this one. We've got STL-compat, FFmpeg for building Sherlock 265. Oh, I thought we might have done this one actually. Deck. No, we haven't. So I don't know what Sherlock 265 is. But it needs Qt5 to go with it. And that, as you can see, it's outside the book. It's out of date now. So I'm going to build this as it is. Right, it says, oh yes, it says here that that's why Sherlock's not enabled, because it requires Qt5. Mostly useful for users who are editing 265 videos. And you can enable a decoder, but it's experimental, so it's not included. So we'll just accept the recommended options there. And that's built, so let's do the install. That's done. Looks like have I been building this in the wrong place? How far back does that go? Just one, the looks of it. AVIF highway. Oh right, looks like I was going to build libavif and didn't get around to it, so I've moved on to this package. So I need to move libde back to the source directory. Remove libavif, which I imagine will come soon. So that's libde265. That's that one. Got to keep remembering to center click these to get them coloured. So optional is FFmpeg. And we're building that at the moment. I'm wondering if I should build FFmpeg now, because we've got the recommended, and then come back to it. I think that's what I'm going to do. So copy link. Copy link. Yeah, because we're stuck at libjxl. That's the road we've gone down. So extract FFmpeg. Run the patching. Fix for SVT AV1. We've got these switches here. Basically a load of stuff. I think these are all the recommended ones from what I can see there. So I'll accept that. Let's run it on its own to make sure it does actually configure. Okay, that seems to have worked. Let's just recall that. Is there any other options there? That's hard to read now, isn't it? I can see that OpenSSL has been enabled. Yes, that's there. Okay, there may be some other options there to set the second time we build it. So I'll just run the make. I'm not sure how long this takes, but I imagine it's a few minutes. It's 7.6 SPU, yeah, let's build that. Right, that's built successfully, so I need to compile this program here, and then we can build PDF documentation with text live, build some, or rebuild the HTML. We've got Doxygen, which we haven't got. The Fate Suite tests include comparisons with installed files and should not be run before the package is installed. Therefore, if you desire to run them, instructions are given further below. So, as the root user, we'll install FFmpeg. PDF and PostScript wasn't built, neither was the API documentation. So we'll come back out, and it says to probably test the installation, you must have rsync installed and follow the instructions for FFmpeg. Right, so we need to get rsync next, which I would always recommend to have on the system anyway. It's definitely useful package to have. So I'm going to push the directory back to the home directory. I don't think we've got popd. No, sorry, popd. No. So let's install that one next. And install it with configure and make. Don't need the API documentation, so run some tests. That's passed. And make install. And there's no documentation to install, so we'll tidy that up, put that in the book. PopT. And shut that down. Back to rsync. Don't normally install the server, but I guess we could do it. Probably not. No, I don't think I will do it. It's probably not the best idea to install the server if you're not going to use it. It is fairly straightforward to do. I think you specify your rsync folders here that you want to share, and then just install the daemon to start it up, the script to start it up. So I'll skip adding the user and the group. Oh no, what the heck, let's do it anyway. I guess it'll prove there's more to this. Now, what was the directory I pushed? Oh, it was FFmpeg. Right, so yeah, sudo CSU. Add the group and the user, and then patch it for a security fix. And and built it. Oh, city. Oh, I didn't extract it either, did I? I'll sync. Right. Yeah, I think I need a break soon. I'm missing things now, which always means a mistake's going to be made. So let's try that again. Okay, that's done. We don't want the API documentation. So we fix one test and then run them. How long is this expected to take? Not too long. Okay, that's built. So all has passed. Install it, and we didn't build the documentation. So we'll create a example rsync conf as the root. And install the system D unit. Oh, that's in the BLFS. And that's done. So it says there's two methods to start the daemon, and the first method is to use rsync daemon, start at boot and stop to shutdown. But the alternative method, if you desire that, you need to do these commands. And it says the socket method is only useful for remote backups. For local backups, you need the service method. So that's that. And it looks like this exposes the path to rsync, which I don't think exists. I wouldn't have thought that would exist. Oh, it does, okay. Creates a home for rsync. And it looks like it's not accessible anyway. So I think that is complete. Rsync. Yeah, that's all installed. So I'll put that in the spreadsheet. Rsync. And close that down. So now we can do pop D to go back to FFmpeg and carry on with the testing. There's some information here about how it works, so I'll keep that page up in case it's necessary, but I'm hoping that there's enough information here to do the testing. So we've got to install about 1 gigabyte of sample files, so that might take a little while. I've got quite a slow connection, so hopefully it'll put up. Yes, it is putting up some status on what it's downloading. Yeah, it does say you may want to compress and keep this directory for testing again, which is probably a good idea. So that's finished downloading. Yeah, it says it's worth compressing these. So let's have a look at this directory, Fate Suite. Okay, there it all is. So tar cvf Fate Suite .tar Fate Suite, and then I'll compress that with xz .tar and wait for that to compress. So that's finished archiving. What I'm going to do now, I guess I could have done this beforehand, but it shouldn't be any different, is to sync. Just check there's any updates, but the fact that I've just received them, there shouldn't be. No, there isn't. Then it says to execute fate with the following commands. So I'll see how long this takes. How long is it expected to take? About 3 SBUs approximately, so it's not too bad. Didn't mean to do that. And wait for that to complete. Well, that failed quite quickly, and not sure why, but I did remember while it was starting that I didn't move the Fate Suite archive that I created back up to the source directory, so I'll do that now before I forget and then delete it. Now, why did this fail? So it seems to start off all right. I can see straight away what I've done is I've started the test suite off and haven't replaced the N with the number of threads that I want to run it on, so that's probably what the problem is. Yeah, it's testing straight away. Okay, so wait for that to complete. So that's finished testing. It says that successful run should return no errors or warnings, just a list of tests, which is what seems to have happened. 5,296 tests, yep. So that looks all right. So I'll tidy that up. So I want to reinstall this after all the optional packages, which there's not too many actually. And I think some have been installed, like OpenJPEG possibly has. Probably Vulkan Loader. So put that in the spreadsheet. Rebuild after libplacebo. I'll put possibly Doxygen, but I think that was for API. So libplacebo, libwebp. OpenJPEG, I'm not sure about that one, but I'll put it down anyway. Samba. Text live. V4L utils. Vulkan Loader. And Xvid. So let's close that and that. I don't think there's any other configuration. No. So libhive, we can carry on with this. GDK pixbuff. Oh yes, it was this lib. AVIF. libtiff is next. And we've got FreeGlut here. Recommended to have glue. Required Mesa. So let's fetch glue. Oh, if you've installed libglvnd, please install the GLFS version of glue instead so that the library functions as expected. Well, I think we have installed that. libglvnd. Is it just glvnd? Oh, perhaps we haven't. Maybe it's due to be installed then. glv. No, haven't. But I'll install it anyway in case we do install that. I'm sure I've seen that one on the dependency hunt. Oh, that's a rather strange colour. Let's come up there. So let's copy the link, fetch it. Let's see how it differs. So it looks like it may be that. Oh, it's libgavlnd not in the BLFS book. It was an optional one. GLV. GLV. Oh right, no it isn't, so we haven't installed it then. I thought that was one that went in the book, must be something similar. So we can get rid of the GLFS version and just go ahead and install this. So there's no test suite, just install. And that's glue done. So now we go on to FreeGlut. So again, we can just copy and paste this. And install it. So that's FreeGlut. Back to libtiff, and we also need libwebp. And it looks like we've got all the dependencies there. And this is what we'll start to find that more and more, especially the graphics libraries and the multimedia libraries. We've installed quite a few of them, so we would expect to see more and more what's happened, just happened, that the dependencies are already installed. So looks like we'll just copy and paste this again. Okay, and no test again. Oops. So install. There's some more libtool archives there. And that's libwebp done. So I've just added that to the book while it was building. So we can now do libtiff. Wget. Although the title is libtiff, the file is called tiff. Again, just copy and paste. That's done, so let's run some tests. 100% passed, that's good. That's installed. So that's libtiff. And shut that down. So we're back to this libhife. We've done libwebp. OK, open JPEG is next. And looks like we've got everything there. And I'm going to just run the CMake to see what it finds. So it's found PNG, zlib, TIFF, LCMS, that's good. So we'll run make now. And run some tests, download some files, but looks at it and compiles them, and then runs the tests. Right, we've got some failures here. Output failure. So 51 tests failed, but it says here that 8 are known to fail. So how do we find out which ones they were? It doesn't say. Oh, is it all these? Is it 51? Let's copy all of that so I don't lose those options just in case. Failed to read the header. Well, I wonder if this is anything to do with the fact this is different architecture. It's a little bit strange. Little CMS dependencies. So we didn't have TIFF and probably not. I'm not sure about libjpeg turbo. I wonder if it's worth reinstalling that to see if that fixes it. Let's try that. I'll have to keep a note of this. This is on OpenJPEG. So let's do it here. Oops, didn't want to put it in there. Let's get rid of that. I won't run make, I'll see what the output is first. Okay, it doesn't really put anything, but it's found TIFF and yep, JPEG it's found as well, so let's build that. I presume I've got something somewhere to tell me to rebuild this. Yep, rebuild after libjpeg turbo and libtiff. So I'm doing that now. I'll mark that as rebuilt. So might have to take a pause and go back through the list to see what needs rebuilding. So let's run the tests. That looks okay. So reinstall this. Run an ld config and tidy up. Okay, so that's been reinstalled. So I really want to start with OpenJPEG again. So let's get rid of that. OpenJPEG and rebuild it. Oh, in fact, I could have probably removed. No, maybe not. I have to download the Gits again. Okay, so let's try again. Okay, we've got the same number of tests, so that didn't make any difference. I can only assume it is to do with the architecture. How serious these are, I don't know. What uses this? Oh, it's JPEG 2000, so it's not as common as JPEG, but still could cause issues. So I'll make a note that there were 52 errors, in case that does become an issue. So I'll install this. And put that in the book. Open JPEG 2. Back to libhive. They're still compat, so the rest of these are done. So if anything, it's just oxygen, but is that to build documentation? It doesn't say, so it's probably not that important. So let's download this now. So we've got a patch. And a CMake command to configure. And what else can we do to this? Disables. Oh yes, as GDK pixbuff is supposed to use this package via glycine instead of the loader with David on. So we've got that. Let's add this FFmpeg decoder on. I think we can use that as well. JPEG encoder on and JPEG decoder on. Same for Open JPEG as well. And we can add in SVT encoding on as well. So does that look okay? So it's funny that some of these JPEG options it says built in and other times it says separate plugin. It's quite interesting. Okay, so it looks like it's configured okay, so just Ninja to build. Right, that's built, so now run the tests. In fact, I just noticed at the top of the screen it does say that Doxygen is for API documentation, so I definitely won't be coming here to rebuild this. We've got 100% pass rate there. So install that. And that's built, and I've already added that to the spreadsheet. So we can close that. And let's put that up. So libjxl, I'm sure we've done that one earlier on. Maybe not, but if I just open the tab, that's the trouble with opening them. And the colour changing, it's all very well assuming you've installed them, but you might not have got around to that. So there's that libjxl there. That's why it's gone purple, so it also shows why it's a good job to check as well. So let's do libjxl here. And looks like we've got everything installed. libavif it needs, and that's what we're building to build this, so it's kind of circular. So I'll leave that libjxl up to rebuild it after we've built libavif. So copy link. libjxl. What have we got here? Okay, looks like we don't need to touch anything there. I would say let's just install that. Okay, so that's built. There's a test suite, but it requires G-test, which is not in BLFS. So we'll just go ahead and install it. I did want to see the output of the cmake command if we can get back that far. Yep. See if it said anything about libavif. No, I couldn't see anything. Okay. So Ninja installed and it's done. So as I said, I'm going to reinstall that. Let's put that in the book, in the spreadsheet rather. So rebuild after libavif and possibly graph with and oxygen. Probably unlikely. So I'll close that. And where do we get to here? Blibar SVG, we've done Valo, we've got optional. So GTK4 for the test suite. So I'll have to reinstall glycine after GTK4 basically, but everything else is there. So let's fetch, oops, glycine. If installing Xorg into opt, download the needed Rust crates. Download the required Rust crates now and apply a patch to allow accessing Xorg lib. So we don't need to do that because we've installed into user. The XPM and XPM support patch below implicitly depends on the patch and instructions above, so ensure you've issued the instructions before applying the XPM and XPM support patch. The other instructions don't cause any problems for an Xorg installation user. Now backport and upstream change to make glycine able to load XPM and XPM images. The upstream change introduces a new dependent Rust crate, which needs to be synced to the vendor's sources by running cargo vendor again. Okay. So that's one of the patches, and why hasn't that worked? Glycine XPM-1.patch. So something's changed then, has it? Glycine 208. So there's something not quite right here. Let's try this again. No. Can't find file to patch at input line 269. And it's source API common.rs. Well, clearly that's not going to be there. So we've got, alright, okay, we haven't got vendor. If installing Xorg into opt, download the needed required Rust crates now and apply patch. So it implicitly depends on the patch and instructions above. Oh, but the instructions don't cause any problems for Xorg installation user. Well, clearly they do. Okay, so let's start fresh. Glycine, tar, xvf, glycine, .tar.xz, cd, glycine. Now let's try and run this patch again. No, but it does say running cargo vendor again. So I wonder if I need to run vendor anyway, and the patch for the Xorg prefix package is only for people who have put it anywhere other than user. Let's have a look at that patch. Glycine 208 Xorg prefix patch. Okay, doesn't mean a lot to me. So I'm going to run cargo vendor. So I think these instructions, if this works, need to be rewritten slightly. Okay, so now I'll do this patch and I hope it will work because there is a vendor directory by the looks of it. Yes, that's better. Now we need to rerun this. That's better. So this is wrong. It needs to say run the cargo vendor and then if installing in a separate box do the patch for prefix 1 and then to run these two. I think that would be a bit more explanatory then. So let's have a look at this. Oh, okay, so looks like we don't need to build this libglycine GTK4 because it's not used by any BLFS packages yet, it says. Although it looks like GTK4 is used for the test suite. But I'll leave that in anyway. Glycine loaders. Use social special files. Default is glycine. Right. Okay, so that's why that's not there. And VAPI equals false. I was building this package without Valor installed, so Valor is a recommended, so that's why that's not there. So it looks like I would say the default build options are sufficient. Okay, so that's finished building. So I'm going to install it now. There's no point in running the tests. As mentioned before, we haven't got GTK4 installed, but I'll come and build this again after GTK4 is installed. So install that, and why has that failed? Okay, process Ross C. Right. Okay, I'm not sure why that is. Meson does not support subdirt output. Okay, there's no indication that would be a problem. I haven't changed any of the options. Right. The only thing I think of at the moment to do is to become root and try install like this. Yeah, that's worked. So sudo -e doesn't work. That's interesting. So it's almost as if, yeah, I couldn't be an effective root user. I had to actually be the root. See, I've effectively become root by logging in as root. Whereas if I do sudo -cid, it's okay, that does still work. I thought that would give me an effective user of Kernotex still. So I'm not really sure why that is. Okay, the paths are different. But the only different looks like that the root has user local bin, so I don't think it's that. Yeah, there's nothing installed there. So I'm not fully aware of what that might be, what the implications are of becoming root. Like I said, I thought it was the effective user that was getting in the way, but clearly not. There's obviously something else going on there that I don't know about, so I'll just put a little note to myself stating that may need to log in as root to install. See if that happens the next time round. Okay, so that's glycine done for the first build. Bit of a difficult package to install. Probably needs a little bit of work done on the instructions as well, I think, and maybe 2 for the root user if that's a genuine issue rather than something I've done incorrectly, which is possible. So let's close that down now. So now we're back to GDK pixbuff, and this allows us to, having glycine, to rebuild GDK pixbuff and sign that off as well. So let's check. Yeah, we want to leave all these disabled because these are what glycine provide. Prevents me from using sub-project fallbacks for any dependency. Prevent it from downloading any optional dependencies which are not installed on the system. Sorry, that's the fallback mode. Don't build the components obsoleted in favour of glycine. So yeah. Okay, so it looks like we just use the instructions as they are in the book. And it looks like it tests for glycine 2 there as well. So actually what I'll do is I'll run up to the setup and we can just eyeball the fact that glycine has been found. See if it says anything there. Yeah, enable loaders glycine, built-in loaders glycine, so that's good. So we can build that now. And while it's building, I'll just deal with the spreadsheet to put that GDK pixbuff is being, or has been, reinstalled. Okay, that's the spreadsheet done anyway. So we don't need the API documentation, so let's get some tests. Completed. That's all passed. So now let's do Ninja install. And if installed the package on your desktop using a new system, use desktop measure. Right, okay, we didn't do that. So that's GDK pixbuff done. Now we can deal with libavif. So we've got all the dependencies installed. Did I download it? Yes, I did. And fix a build failure. And install with the following command. So yeah, we've got all these installed. Build GDK pixbuff. The loader is used when GDK pixbuff is built with the recommended dependency like glycine. Okay, yep. I think we just copy and paste that. And to test the package, note that of course the build system download a copy of gtest and build the test suite with the copy. Run this. Well, that's interesting. It says XML2 not found. AVIF enc will ignore any gain map in JPEG files. Well, being as we're running tests, I don't think that should be a problem. Okay, so that's all passed. Let's run Ninja install. And that's lib AVIF done. So you can see we're unwrapping this dependency now. We're going back and dealing with all the packages that we haven't dealt with or need to be reinstalled, such as libjxl. We've just installed that just before glycine. We've now got libwebp. So if I reload that, it should go change colour. Doxygen graph is, again, I'll make a note of this. I may reinstall a few packages, but I think it'll be quite onerous to go back and install the whole lot. After Doxygen graph there's quite a few that rely on that, and it seems, especially with Doxygen, a lot of it is API documentation anyway. So I think everything has been installed here. Let's just check that highway. I'd imagine it has been installed because it's early on in this list. And a lot of what we were doing previously was driven by this package and its dependencies. So I'm just going to check for libhwy.so. Yep, that's there. So it's definitely installed. So apart from Doxygen and Graphies, I think we can reinstall this package. Let me just check to see what the state of affairs is with those two packages. I think Doxygen probably needs text live. Yes, it does. And the other one, graph, is let's see what that needs. Oh yes, it's got a whole host of strange packages. Yeah, there's Qt and WebKit, so that they certainly won't be done for a while. There's still a lot more groundwork to do. Actually, text live, I think there's a binary for it. It gets mentioned. It hasn't got mentioned here. Install TLUNX. Let's see what it says about that. Yeah, this page is for people who wish to use the binary installers to provide the programs, the scripts, and a lot of supporting files and documentation. The installer is updated frequently. It's only published MD5, some will soon be out of date. New versions of the installer are expected to work with these instructions so long as they are installed to a 2025 directory. There are two reasons why you may wish to install the binaries. Either you need a smaller installer, at a minimum plain text without latex, context, etc., or we wish to use TLM MGR to get updates while this version is supported, typically until March after the year after it was released. For that, you might prefer to install in your home directory as an unprivileged user and then to make corresponding changes in your path to the path in your bash C or equivalent. So that installs into Text Live. And then it says refer to setting a path for Text Live. And let's see where Text Live actually installs from source. Actually, it looks like a lot of the dependencies for Text Live are nearly complete. There's only a couple I can see straight away, which is, well, at least libpaper and possibly graphite. So it installs into Text Live prefix. Alright, that's setting a path. Right, yeah, it's up to Text Live again with the year of 2025. So it looks like you can use either the binary or the source, but perhaps not both. I'm wondering if it's worth installing Text Live now. Just put this libjxl on pause. Oh no, we don't need it at the moment for this. But yeah, I might pick that out quite soon then to complete, because it does mean we'll be able to get some documentation. So I'll proceed with libjxl. So reinstallation of libjxl. And I'm pretty certain we just copy and paste all of this. I'll do just the cmake command to start off with, see what it reports at the end. Using dynamic libwebp, we did install that, didn't we? OpenEXR is not found. Is that not in the BLFS instructions? No, it isn't. Yes, found libwebp, found libavf, libgif, libjpeg. Yeah, I think that looks good. So I'll install. Right, so that's built successfully. So there's no test, just Ninja install to install it, and that's complete. So I've updated the spreadsheet saying that it's been reinstalled, but maybe reinstalled with Oxygen and Graphis possibly. But for now that's done. We go back to FFmpeg. Now I've got to be careful here because we might have opened some of these files. This is a hole in my method for opening tabs that if we've opened, for example, if we'd opened placebo and maybe not actually installed it, then it would be possibly purple and it would be incorrect. But in this case, because I haven't reloaded it, it's still a blue, so I'm pretty certain that we haven't installed it, and no. So let's go into that one and install that. So this has got a few dependencies. So we've got all the dependencies for GLAD. And this looks like a, oh no, it's not a pip module, it's actually a program by the looks of it. Even though it's got pip commands to install it. So there's no test suite unless we install those external dependencies. So I'll just go ahead and install. And that's done. The H flag, is that something I can use to stop that message coming up? Set home. Oh, I see. So I'd have to type a little bit more in. So -H, home. Oh, or is it the user? Come on, not found. Home, set to home. Oh, I see. Just -H, it uses the home environment variable. Yes, okay. I might try and remember to use that. That's something new for me. So, glad. Let's put that in. And then libplacebo needs GLS slang. Yep, I think we have installed that. In fact, I think we've installed both of these. So I'm just going to double check with the libraries. In fact, there's a binary there. Sometimes, unfortunately, the binaries, well, normally the binaries are in bold, and unfortunately sometimes they're not in bold, so you have to take special care to see whether it is a binary or some other file. Falcon headers. And let's use that. Include VK videos. So they're there. So I would assume that that means Vulkan Loader is there as well. What's it called? libvulkan. Yep. And I'm almost certain that libunwind has been installed as well. Right, yeah, this needs text live here. I do wonder, does FFmpeg need it? It does. I wonder if I might just take a little diversion here to install this. It's not an ideal time to do it, but it would work because we've got, as I say, most if not all. I think there's just one package not installed. So let's look for lib unwind, ls user lib unwind. So yeah, that's there as well. So back to lib placebo. Let's fetch it. Okay. Test is true. Demo's false. Right, okay. So I'll build it like that. Okay, and run some tests. So, is that an error? Looks like it might be. Right, wait for that to finish then. So it looks like a couple OpenGL surfaceless. Right, I don't think that was installed in Mesa, I think, so that could be why that's failed. Even though Mesa's not a dependency. Alpha blending is disabled. Results may be incorrect. So is that saying that may be a false error then? Yeah, Mesa shader fragment. I think that's due to lack of support. I presume if I read this, it's just going to be the same as what is on the screen, but let's have a look at it anyway. It is. Oh, it's the full output, right? That's a long output. Go to the top. Right, this might be it here. Standard error, yeah, failed. Yeah, so that's the same output that went to the screen, but everything rather than just a few hundred lines. Yeah, like I say, I think that's due to the fact that that wasn't built in at all. So I'll accept that as valid. Whether or not it should be built in or not, I don't know. Okay. I'll record that error. case it's of use. Placebo. Tests failed with, what was it called? Surfaceless. This might not have been installed. User. Right. So I'll shut that down and tidied that up. Next got is Samba. I think that's probably too big to install at the moment. And not really appropriate for, it'll take us too far away from what we're focused on. Let's have a look. It might not be too bad actually. There's a few there, maybe at least half a dozen out of maybe 15 dependencies, and most are installed. There's a couple I won't install, such as Kerberos and LDAP. Avahi is something we're trying to get to install. I think that's one of the dependencies, so we're going to have to reinstall it anyway if that's the case. Oh, looks like I can delete some of these. We've got glycine complete. Let me just check this. Glycine. Oh, it just needs to be reinstalled after GTK4. libhive is complete. Yep. I'll get rid of that. libde265, I think we've done that one, yeah. GDK pixbuff we've done. And I was looking for, Avahi, wasn't I? Let's have a look to see what that needs. Oh yes, GTK3 was recommended. I wonder if I can install Samba. And let's have a look at Avahi. It's optional anyway. And reinstall it at least after the optionals have been installed. That might work. Just checking one. See what I think we've got to install. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4, 5 dependencies at the minimum. Yeah, I think I'll follow that path. So let's save this file now. And I've got these original ones here. Let's see if there's any here to get rid of. Don't think so. I'll possibly debus. Let me check that. Debus. Yeah, I think that's been done, so that can go. GDB, I'm not sure if that needs to be reinstalled. GDB, rebuild after GCC, right, so that needs redoing. We're looking to get GTK3 done. Pixman, let's have a look at that one. Rebuild after GTK3. Right, I think that might be it. And we've got glib2 twice there as well. It's there and back here, so that's worth bearing in mind. Okay, well, at least we've knocked this down a little bit. Right, so yeah, let's go for Samba. Actually, I think I'll open this in a new window because there may be a few depths of dependencies. So lib2, I'll open each one of these up and just check the libraries. So I'm pretty sure, let's check my spreadsheet. lib2pc. Yeah, that has been installed. We can again lib2pc is there. The pass yap, I'm pretty sure we haven't installed. It's a Perl module. No, so let's fetch that. Pass yap. Let's change into it. That's a pass, so sudo -c make install, and that's done. So that goes on the spreadsheet. And it's called a Perl module. Right, so Perl module pass yap. So that's complete. Nice and simple. Jensen, let's have a look at that one. Sorry, this one here, RPC SVC Proto. I think that looks familiar, but I'm not sure if I've installed it. RPC SVC Proto. So the tarballs there. Let's check the RPC. Yes, that's been installed according to the spreadsheet. Fuse, I'm pretty sure that's been done. And let me check the spreadsheet again. I'm taking extra care because there's many dependencies for this, and I know I've made a mistake before where I've either added something or downloaded something and then not installed it, so I'm just taking extra care. GPGME, I'm not sure about that one. No, so let's do that one next. Needs libasuan, that one we have done. And GNU-PG we haven't done. So again, I'm going to check these. Libasuan, I'll check the spreadsheet. Right now, it's not in the spreadsheet. So that's in. Oh, I only found libas, not libasuan. Yep, so it hasn't been done. Okay. So it requires libgpg error. Right now, I've made a mistake of opening GNU-PG. Copying location. Right, oh, it looks like that one's been installed already because it's renamed the file on download because it clashes. So let's double check that. So there's 3 programs. GPG error, yes, it is installed. Okay. And text live again is optional. Do I do this now? Text live. Yes, why not?